Here. Here. Feel. Hear, feel, think.
Oi. You're right, lass. You were monnin' in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Rollin' of the ship got your stomach churnin', has it? Come. Don't seem like seasickness, now that I look at you. It'll be the ether, then, I reckon. Some are more sensitive to the stuff than others, see, and we ain't too far from Vilebrand now, which is chock full of etherites. No need to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it. Yura. Might as well have been bloomin' seasickness. Ship's leaping around like a demented chocobo today. I reckon I might head out on deck, get myself a breath of fresh air. Limsa Lominsa's still a fair way off, in case you were wondering. Seeing as you're awake and all, how's about you keep me company till we get there? Them young'uns don't much care for conversation, see?
Any road, Brennan's the name, and peddlin's me trade. Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Now then, lass, judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you were one of them new adventurers. Am I warm? I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory, now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business, these days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? Power? As in, or power to do good? Like protecting the weak, and fighting for what's right, and all that? I thought that's what you meant. Well, adventurers do get up to a lot of fighting, that's for sure. You'll never be short of a chance to polish your warcraft in the adventuring business. Once we make port, you'd best sign yourself up at the Adventurers Guild, they'll set you on the right path. And it wouldn't hurt to join a guild, neither. Limsa's home to a few, so if you fancy learning how to swing an axe, or even sling a spell, you should think about seeking one out. Just remember, though, there are more important things than fortune and glory. Such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. Ooh-ah. Ship's off the starboard bow. Pirate colors. Pirates? Bloody hells. Have you no sense? Get below. What is the world coming to? Pirates firing on a ship flying Lominsan colors. Bastards either have a boatload of balls, or bugger all for brains. Ye can rest easy, friends. We've made it out of cannon range, and no buccaneer's bark'll catch this flighty temptress once the wind's in her sails. That was too bleeding close. Glad one of us kept her head on her shoulders. I reckon I'd have lost mine, otherwise. If them pirates gave up the chase, we must be close to port. Let's head up on deck and have us a look, shall we? By the by, is this your first trip to Limsa Lominsa? It is? Well then, let this journeyed itinerant tell you the ins and outs of your destination. Ahem. Limsa Lominsa prides itself on being Eorzea's foremost naval power. Weren't too long ago that the place was ruled by pirates, but thanks to the current admiral's civilizing influence, the city-state could almost pass for a respectable nation. You'd never guess she was once a rum-swillin' buccaneer herself. Hey, course, most folk ain't so quick to change, and with a town full of liberty-loving ruffians, you can imagine how many naysayers and troublemakers she's got to deal with, like them pirates who took a fancy to us just now. And if that weren't bad enough, I've heard the Sahagan are raiding the coast just as bold as you please. Them are the sea-dwelling beastmen the locals call fishbacks, case you didn't know. Ah, at long last. Land ho. Behold Limsa Lominsa, a nation blessed by the ocean's bounty and beloved of Limlin, goddess of navigation.
On a windswept isle in the southwestern corner of the realm, amidst the roiling waves of the Rotano Sea, lies the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa. To this haven for bandits and brigands, cutthroats and curs, seekers of both freedom and fortune, comes a lone adventurer. Lone yet not alone, for the hero's arrival has drawn the gaze of the nation's patron deity, Limlane. What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this mortal's future?
And here's where we part ways, lass. I'm off to the markets to deliver me wares, then it's on to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. Hey, you never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider a square.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on her life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Hey. You there? I mean you. This is my district, and I make it my business to know all the scum that washes up in it. Ah, an adventurer fresh off the boat, is it? Well then.
Allow one of Limsa Lominsa's finest to set you on the right path. Hop to it, lass, I haven't got all day.
Welcome to Limsa Lominsa, a bustling city-state filled with scoundrels and brigands, the rough-cut diamond of the Rotano Sea. Please select the control scheme you wish to use. Follow the instructions to move your character and adjust the position of the camera. When you are ready to proceed, speak to Risflo.
Now then, I'm sure you're itching to explore, but adventurers are required to register their presence in the city, and without a bit of local knowledge, you're like to get your throat slit in some piss-stinking alley. So before you do anything else, get yourself over to the Drowning Wench and enroll with the Adventurers Guild. It's not far, just head straight down this street and speak with Griefar. He'll show you how to work that big moving platform we call the Crow's Lift, and that'll take you up to the pub. Once you're there, look for a fellow by the name of Badaran. He's the proprietor of the Wench. He might curse like an ale-sodden sailor, but the man's got a soft spot for wide-eyed newcomers like yourself. He'll set you straight. Got all that? Good. Now run along, and may the navigator guide you on your journey.
You have begun a quest. Use the duty list to help you complete your task.
Welcome to Limsa Lominsa. If you've a mind to visit the Drowning Wench, the Crow's Lift will take you there. Greetings to ye, lass. What'll it be? Ah, but you ain't airfare the drink, are ye? Ye've come with a mind to try urine at Vonaron, I reckon. Well, you'll find no shortage of work air in Limsa. The name's Badaran, and this most hospitable of hostelries is the Drowning Wench. 'Tis also the Ome of the Venturers Guild, air in Limsa. That's why we've got a desk specially fair Enlin Guild business, and why I seem to spend more time sabbing the necks of whelps like yourself than wetting the throats of me regulars. Venturers have a knack fair finding trouble, see. Not that they need it in these parts, on account of there being trouble wherever you look. If you manage to steer clear of the fishbacks and the kobolds outside the city, the pirates on the inside will get ye instead. And if they don't manage, there's always the Garlean Empire to finish the job. Oh, no one knows what they're planning, of course, but if they're planning anything, ye can be sure it's to kill the lot of us. Aye, this town seems peaceful at a glance, but look again, and you'll see a people living in fear of what tomorrow might bring. And who can blame 'em, after everything that's happened? Eorzea took a mighty blow during the calamity, but our alms weren't the only things what got wiped off the face of existence by that thrice-damned bastard of a dragon. It took our bleeding memories, too. And no one's been able to explain it in a way as makes an ounce of sense. None of the folks what saw it and lived to tell the tale seem to agree on how the tale actually goes. 'Tis all foggy, like recollections from an hard night on the ale. Ye can imagine why people might fear fair the future if they can't rightly recall the past. But there is one thing we all remember, and that's the group of venturers what laid down their lives to drag Eorzea back from the brink, when she was bound fair the abyss. Well, I say we remember. Truth is, though we ain't forgotten what they did fair us, this goddamn calamity spawned memory loss robbed us of their names. It won't even let us picture their damn faces. 'Tis like staring at a gull flying in front of the sun, all ye see in your mind's eye is a shadow set against a blinding glare. And that's how every bugger describes it, by the way, give or take the odd gull. It's this what's got people calling these heroes the Warriors of Light. If Limsa's ever going to put this time of darkness behind it, it's going to need venturers to help banish the fear. It's going to need new heroes like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them. And that's why any aid we can give to a venturer is effort well spent. What say ye, lass? Ye willing to lend us your strength? Me thanks to ye, and to the navigator and all. I knew she'd steered ye my way for a reason. Ah, but listen to me, yottering on like a sun-touched fishwife. 'Tis high time we got your mark in me book. Put your scrawl right there. Mini Onion, is it? And a fine name it is. Congratulations. You're now an upstanding member of the Venturers Guild. You there, adventurer. You sailed in on the last ferry, did you not? The captain reported being attacked by a pirate vessel. And several witnesses have testified independently that a passenger matching your description went out on deck mere moments before the incident took place. Sending your friends signals, were you? Now hold on just a moment there, officer. You've got the wrong lass. This fine, upstanding young lady is me dear departed grandma's sister's niece's cousin's closest companion. The lass wouldn't be caught dead fraternizing with such unsavory elements. Is that right? Ahem. You are surely aware of the recent kidnappings? Respectfully, then, we cannot be too trusting of outsiders at a time when the loyalty of even our closest friends is in doubt. Aye, ye make a good point there, officer, a very good point. Very wise. Ye needn't worry, though, I keep one eye open at all times, me, and two more often than not. Now, sir, what say ye to a tankard of me finest ale afore ye return to your duties, eh? Not a watered-down cup of piss like last time, I should hope? Ain't got the faintest idea what you're on about, officer. The wench might offer some of the cheapest grog this side of the Strait of Merlther, but that don't mean it won't get you good and pickled. And look, there's a chair over there just crying out to be sat on, so kick off them heavy boots, eh? Ye'll have to excuse these eager bloody yellowjackets. There's been a spate of kidnappings, see, and they ain't got a clue who's behind 'em. Not Tur Lee, they've taken to clapping irons on anyone who looks vaguely suspicious, which means venturers, visitors, and pretty much every bugger else in this town. Don't take it personal, though. Us Lominsan can be an headstrong bunch of bastards, 'tis true, but given time, we'll grow on ye. Now, where was I? Oh aye. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa, where the sea's as green as the faces of me patrons after a few too many blackbelly whiskies. Now, take a moment to gather your wits, and we'll get started with learning ye the ways of the city.
This concludes the introductory game tutorial. You have taken your first step as an adventurer in the city of Limsa Lominsa. Listen well to the wisdom of Bodoran Tenfingers, then go forth and discover the incredible adventures that await you.
Right, then. Let's start ye off nice and easy with 3 tasks what'll help ye get used to life here in Limsa. Firstly, if ye eat down a floor then point your nose to the west, you'll get an eyeful of the great glowing crystal in the middle of the courtyard. That's an aetherite, a device what can move ye from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Ain't no swifter way to travel, providin' there's an aetherite where ye want to go, of course. Have a chat with the yellowjacket on guard down there and ye'll be treated to a lecture on the workings of the device. 'Fore ye do that, though, remember to touch the thing. Strange as it sounds, it won't work till you avenue. Second on the list is the marketplace. You'll find weapons, armor, and all your Vontaron bits and pieces fair sale in the district what lies beyond the aetherite. Don't go throwing your gill around just yet, though, or you'll get fleeced quicker and ye can say, why's me coin purse so light? Have a word with Swazblae, instead. He's the eat of the Merchants League, by the way. Give him this old octant, and he'll treat ye well. Fare the last of me elfalents, I suggest you meet some fellow spell slingers at the Arcanist Guild. I guarantee ye'll learn a few new tricks fare your tome if ye decide to join their crew. Muri at the front desk is the one to get you started. Got all that, lass? See into them 3 tasks'll take ye on a little jaunt round the city, and help ye work out where everything is. Now, I'd best be getting on. Run along, eh? Bugger it. There I go, sending ye off without telling ye summit crucial. That bloody calamity's made a right mess of me memory, I swear. Well, that or the ale. Any road, while you're out, if ye happen to pass any poor sods what look like they might need your help, consider giving their tale a woe a listen, eh? Sounds like a chore, I admit, but ye never know what interest and opportunities could be lurking out there, just wait and fare ye to stumble on 'em. Fair example, Nynia over yonder's been casting glances at ye since ye waltzed in. Why not lend an ear and see what she has to say? Aye, you're like to find yourself running out errands in the beginning, but once you build a reputation as a woman folk can trust, the jobs'll get harder and the rewards more generous. If ye've the time, I'd also seek the advice of the smith and the wench. The lads as bear that title have some fine advice fair them what are just starting out in the profession. And that, my girl, is how ye go about becoming a legend among venturers.
To leave the drowning wench, you must accept the quest making a name by speaking with Nynia.
Well, would you look at this, a shiny, new adventurer. Listen close, lass, I've some information that might just help put you on the map here in Limsa. I was passing through Bulwark Hall below not long ago, and saw a bunch of herbs just scattered about on the ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain, but I think they might have been the black market wares known as dream flowers. Limsa Lominsa is a busy port, and not all the merchants that blow in across the strait are above board, if you know what I mean. How'd the plants end up in the mizzenmast? Who knows, might have been a deal gone bad. The important thing is you make a name for yourself by handing them in. Speak to Skay on rail, and she'll get you down to the first floor. Then all you have to do is pick up the herbs, and take them to Ulskife at the Octant. Being a worldly captain, he knows a thing or two about such shady goods. You wish to visit Bulwark Hall below. The crow's lift is ready when you are.
Yes, I am Ulskife. You have some herbs you wish me to examine? Yes. As you suspected, these are the highly illegal blooms known as dream flowers. They are the prime ingredient in the creation of somnus, a substance whose fragrance is said to lull the sniffer's mind into the sleep of death. Forgive me, I could not resist the jest. These herbs are not more than Elphic lavender, a common enough export from Limsa Lominsa. In fact, these probably spilled from crates that were loaded onto my very own ship. I think someone has been having a bit of fun with you, miss. But not to worry. You've learned a few things, and made a new acquaintance. Well met.
Ah, another novice adventurer. Bodaran has sent more than a few of your kind this way of late.
I am Sunhimmel, one of the Yellowjackets tasked with keeping the peace in the city. It is also my charge to provide guidance in the use of this device. Fear not, I shall be brief. Aetherites are crystalline structures that tap into ethereal energies. They are primarily used as a means to travel swiftly from one place to another. Return and teleport, the most common transportation spells, make direct use of the Aetherites and their connection to the flow of ether. And as these devices are found in almost every corner of Eorzea, any adventurer worthy of the name will wish to seek out and attune herself to each one. Once you have expanded your horizons beyond the walls of the city, you will soon find yourself performing the act of attunement as a matter of course. There is, however, no need for unseemly haste. The Aetherites found in and around the city will be sufficient for the present, I assure you. Should you wish to learn more about Aetherites or transportation magic, I will be here to answer your questions.
You attune with the Aetherite. You are now able to use the return spell.
A fine evening to you, madam. Welcome to the most replete marketplace in the grand realm of Eorzea, where every shelf groans under the weight of wonders born from all four corners of the world. Pray browse the stalls until your eyeballs ache from ogling the overabundance of unbelievable bargains. Now, as much as I would love to elaborate upon the unrivaled quality of our merchandise, I must tend to some cargo but recently arrived at the docks. You bear a gift from Bodaran? Whatever could it? Ah. My Octant. By the navigator, I must have left it behind in the wench, along with a week's pay and several bells worth of intoxicated memories. I am most grateful to have it back. This tool is a keepsake from my days as a ship captain, you see. Needless to say, your good deed must be repaid, and what better recompense than the wisdom of a master merchant? If it is simple and sturdy adventuring equipment you seek, you need look no further than the east and west arms of Hawker's Alley. Lest you doubt, each gil you invest in arms and armor will be money well spent. Adventuring is, after all, a dangerous profession by its very nature. It goes without saying that Hawker's Alley boasts stalls specializing in the tools of every martial discipline imaginable. And within but a few steps are bazaars and apothecaries that will most amply supply all your potion and perishable needs. Our keen-eyed agents procure a frankly befuddling range of wares during their sojourns to distant shores, so it pays to become familiar with the type and price of the goods offered by each stall. Such knowledge will serve you well if your purse is light or your time is short. But verbal instruction of this kind will only profit you so much. Experience has ever been the surest teacher, if not the kindest. I invite you to explore the markets for yourself.
You now have access to the Ethernet. Quick travel throughout the city can be achieved by simply placing your hand upon Ethernet shards.
Welcome to the Arcanists Guild. It is here that we research and develop the field of Arcanima. Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence, to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. But if I am not mistaken, you already possess some rudimentary understanding of the craft. Shall I deepen your knowledge of our history, as well? The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allowed a practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Limsa Lominsa, Arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite, and soon secured positions in the realms of governance and council. The knowledge of an Arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Melvib, counting several wielders of Arcanima among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the art. So, at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanists Guild was established, and funding was provided for research and training. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you would continue your study of this challenging discipline, then I must insist that you indicate your commitment to joining our guild. Well, have you decided to enroll in our guild? Or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? Your sound judgment is to be commended. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thubiagime. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the interim. You will find her just over there, by the bookshelves. You needn't be shy, though her mind is sharp and critical, her manner is always most welcoming. Yes, I am Thubiagime. Greetings, and welcome to the Arcanists Guild. As Muri has doubtlessly explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins. Allow me, then, to expound upon its nature. Arcanima taps into the living energies of ether. The evidence of this is represented most aptly, perhaps, by our ability to manifest the arcane entity carbuncle, and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of the discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An Arcanist is measured by her ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment, and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. In Lower La Nosha, you will find, among others, 3 species of pest, wharf rats, little ladybugs, and Aurelie. I ask that you employ your skill in Arcanima to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you as an official member of the Arcanists Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear.
Ah, there ye are, Minnie. Enjoy your jaunt round the city, did ye? If ye mean to base yourself in Limsa Lominsa, that won't be the last time ye'll visit them 3 places. And now you've got some idea what's where, ye can start exploring the rest of the town. You've shown a good ear fair listenin', lass. Stick with old Badaron, and you'll go far. Still in Limsa, are ye, Minnie? How'd ye fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like ye to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Ever ear to the place? The owner, Stalewern, is an old mate of mine. He's got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if ye can believe that, and has been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. He mentioned needin' another N or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave ye a glowin' recommendation, so make sure ye work hard and impress the old bastard. Ye need directions? The place ain't hard to find, just take the Zephyr Gate out of the city, and follow the road northeast. Greetings, Tall One. I'm a delivery Moogle, Kupo. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Moogles are supposed to hide in trees and avoid contact with outsiders. Why ever would they agree to carry about letters? Why indeed. If I had my way, I'd be curled up under the canopy of a nice oak dreaming about some beautiful Moogle with a rainbow-colored pom-pom, Kupo. But no, the moon had to go and drop from the sky, causing all of that terrible commotion. Ether rights were shattered and link pearls rendered useless. For moons, the poor, wingless people of Eorzea had no way of communicating with each other, beyond screaming at the top of their lungs, which no one really approved of, Kupo. That is, until the little horned ones asked us to assist them by delivering messages. At first we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch and skin us like you do every other forest furry. But once we saw how much we were appreciated, we knew we'd found our new calling. And I personally promised to try and not read any along the way, Kupo. Look what we have here. 20 new letters have arrived just for you, Kupo. Your mailbox is a complete and utter mess. There wasn't any room left, so I had to send back a letter, Kupo.
I see the creatures beyond the city walls posed you little threat. It is with great pleasure, then, that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild. From this day forth, you may proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness, and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There is no finer teacher than the harsh mistress of experience. And to commemorate this occasion, I gift you with this hunting log. The enemies marked within its pages have been specifically chosen to challenge your abilities in Arcanima. When you devise a new strategy or tactic, you now have a ready source of opponents on which to test it. And when you feel you can command carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting.
The next Arcanist quest will be available from Thubiagime upon reaching level 5.
Ah, Minnie, isn't it? Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgment. I must oft remind my arcanists to take meals, so ensconced do they become in their studies. Speaking of such, have you been practicing your tactics with carbuncle? I believe it is time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with your previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower La Nosha, 3 wild dodos and 3 tiny mandragoras, to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I expect you back in time for breakfast.
Ah, you must be the adventurer Badaron promised to send along. Mini Onion, wasn't it? You honored his word, so that's a good start. I'm Stalewern, the old bastard, as Badaron likely described me, and this here is my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas. And if you're wondering why I employ these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship, like it did so many others, and I was sore wounded into the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merrill Vibb's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers work in the field seemed too fine an offer to refuse. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tending the soil, you see. And unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work peeling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. I've a mind to set you a task, Onion, but before I do, I need to be sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand. It might well be that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses for coulters, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped.
Equip your head, body, hands, legs, and feet with gear of item level 5 or greater and speak with Stalin.
Let's have a look at you, shall we? Oh. As long as you're this well covered, I won't feel any guilt throwing you to the sharks. Erstwhile buccaneers are an ornery lot. They rage in love for the sea, and care little for the laws of the land. But they respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you'll have little trouble getting their attention. Ah, Onion. That aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you aright, for I've a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. Might that adventurer be you? Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You will have heard rumors of the abductions. Aye, citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa Lominsa, as if plucked from the face of Heidelin, boots and all, by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen, but it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure tattooed faces has been creeping up to the edges of the fields and spying on my yeomen. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced that they're the kidnappers of rumor, come for their hides. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry, and their work's suffering for it, which is the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. 'Tis a struggle to get 'em to leave the farmhouse of a morning. That is, as they say, where you come in. Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Good lass. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasong Grotto. If reports are to be believed, our unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful, though, Onion, I couldn't say for sure what manner of miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, all right?
You are about to enter an instanced battle. Instanced battles only occur during certain quests and missions. Take a moment to read the information displayed in the active help window before answering the call of duty.
I am the waves that bear. I am the winds that guide. I am the evening stars. I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone. Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa Lominsa live their lives. It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves, and a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea. Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms. I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I have missed my mark. Or perhaps not. As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence, nor is it a coincidence that the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked. But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
I sense something awry with this creature. Be on your guard. Where? The disruption of the ether draws others to the fray. Keep your focus on the battle. Leave the tending of wounds to me. More unwelcome visitors. Slay them quickly lest we be overwhelmed. The creature filters. Press the attack and the battle will soon be won.
Phew!
Hear, feel, think. Crystal Bearer. I am Hydaelyn, all made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them. By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart. Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Awake again, are we? Aha! The poor creature's fury was kindled with cruel forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back. I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion, piratical being the most probable. In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether? I beg your pardon. A towering crystal. I'm sure I don't... Well, well. This has been a day of unexpected revelations. I must continue my investigation. In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business. The days ahead promise little rest, I fear. May our paths cross again, under the light of the crystal.
Onion. Right glad am I to see you safely returned. My lads were all gabbing about here in what sounded like all seven hells breaking loose near the grotto, and I feared it sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risked your life for naught. A blade pulled from the back of a creature you slew at the cave, eh? I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. I'm starting to think that these ruffians are pirates, come to lure my farmhands back to a life of plunder. Chances are, they didn't take kindly to your appearance on their doorstep, and set a mad and goo buoy on you. Aye, the pirates have been adding to their numbers of late. I'd best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on guard against their schemes. You met someone else at the grotto? A woman with a strange contraption? Ah, Ishtola. She's been in Limsa Lominsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether often bring her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you, but she's not the kind to associate with kidnappers. You may take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking is in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to return to the free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks, Onion. If it weren't for the efforts of stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in a far worse state than it is. Just you keep on lending your talents to those in need, eh? Help bring Limsa the brighter future she deserves. That sea sloth Severin and his lot, never around when there's work to be done. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Staleworn would like a word. And don't take no for an answer. Work? Ha! Can't work when me hands are full lifting this mug. Ye know, I'd wager me last gill you'd never guess what I'm drinking. Well, you're right about the swill part. I reckon it might be worth a day of doing Staleworn's chores if it'll afford me a taste of proper grog. How am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on, have a guess at what I had for breakfast. Wah, gods, how'd you know? It's my breath, ain't it? It probably smells as wooden as the food tasted. But I know why you're here. I'd just as soon get some real food in me, but I ain't one to reject a summons from the captain. Axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did in my sailing days? You bet your bosom I did, lass. Aye, those were the days. I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied taking my axe to the trees. So, Staleworn sent you. And what do you reckon I say to that? Damn right. Didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners, but I suppose I could see what he wants to get him off my back. Aye, I'm Severin. You the old man's errand girl, now? Tell my dear old captain not to wet his britches. I'll be along. Oh, and just so we're clear, I don't care for landlubbers. Go find the chocobo you rode in on, and ride on out. You continue to impress, lass. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours he squirmed out. I've let that worm wriggle through my fingers more times than I can count. But rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll put him squarely in the dirt, where all such worms belong. Pains me to say, but all the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some, like you, who can be trusted. But then there are others. Until now, I've had no choice but to rely on that charlatan Severin, even though I am full aware he's been doing shady deals behind my back. More than once I've heard tell of improper trading with goblins. I wouldn't be the least surprised if that were happening right now. Not a bell ago, a sack of oranges vanished, as did Severin. I want you to find and confront the bastard for me, Onion. I'm sure there's wrongdoing afoot, so be sure to doubt anything that comes out of his mouth. What's this now? Stale Wern sent you for the oranges? Huh. So the old bugger had known all this time. Arg, what does it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of those goody-goody adventurer types, right? Go rescue me mates from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over yonder by the bonfire. Severin sent you? Ha! The way he flew out of here, I was sure he'd sold us down the river. I owe you one. Would have gotten away myself if not fair Severin shoving me aside. If you hadn't come, my dodo would have been cooked. Cooked dodo. You saved me mates, and for that, I owe you. Suppose I should be ashamed I couldn't clean up my own mess, but a pirate knows no shame. I've no qualms about going back on my word. I'm only giving you this sack because I like the cut of your jib. Take it to Asim, and send him my regards. What have we here? A delivery from Summerford Farms, and as scheduled? Ha! There's a first time for everything. Well, look at that. Not a single one missing, either. About the only things not here are those bagmen, and I don't miss them one bit. Here's Stale Wern's payment in full. With you, I can trust it'll reach him. Back in one piece. That's a relief. How did you fare, Onion? Ah, this is what I'm in for. Looks to be all I was owed, alright. Though, I'd be telling you false if I claimed I had not held out more hope for Severin. I was even willing to overlook the skimming off the top, but to sell us all short in favor of those godforsaken goblins. You'd do well to mind yourself around the 2 guild cheat. If he'd leave his own mates for dead, there's no telling what he'd do to you. Blast. At this rate, the crops will never be ready for harvest. If only we had black loam. Just a bit could send our stocks soaring. I'll bet Rotewood knows where you might find some. Perhaps you might pay her a visit in the orchard?
That Gherkin's got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching him any black loam, but if you dare to pinch some from the cookpot, then be my guest. Just mind you don't get trampled upon by the aurochs that dwell there. Once you 3 bushels worth, take the black loam to Proal Attila's Rest. He'll know what to do.
Arg, even the weeds wither and die in this desolate dirt. But a bit of this black loam ought to change all that. I haven't seen any in ages. Gathering black loam's not for the weak of will, nor the weak of stomach, eh? Ha ha ha. Oh, don't tell me Gherkin and Rotewood neglected to mention where black loam comes from. Well, surely you figured it out on your own from the cloying stench. It comes from the auroch's lair, of all places. Ahem, well, why dwell on who misled him about what? What matters is that your efforts have brought us the black loam, and we can expect a bountiful harvest as a result. Thank you. Confounded pirates. They know nothing of tillin', only killin'. stealing our shovels to melt and forge into axes, of all things. Their bite in the hand that feeds them, the mangy mongrels. I'd love to teach those curs a lesson in obedience myself, if I hadn't sworn to Stalewern that I wouldn't fight no more. So I need you to bring back our farm tools, and make sure those dogs reap what they've sown. I wonder what those sea dogs will try and steal when there's no harvest. Ah, good to see the tools back, and in serviceable condition. Which will be more than we can say of Severin when we get our hands on him. The wretch likely had a role in the theft, spied him meeting the pirates in secret. I did. I couldn't care less if the wastrel won't work, but when he consorts with cut purses that take our tools away, he's crossed the line. Stalewern ought to know what sort of scalawag he's dealing with. Take word to him, would you? Pirates making off with our tools? Frual did well not to take matters into his own hands. Last thing I need is blood on my crops, but I'll be damned if Severin thinks he can take us for fools. His treachery won't go unpunished. I've come to expect a great deal from you, lass, and you've never once let me down, yet what I'd ask of you now goes beyond what I've asked before. Would you hear my plea all the same? It eases my mind to have your ear. You're no doubt familiar with that scoundrel Severin by now. Well, the scheme and scapegrace is at it again. Since that letter came for him, he's been skulking about in that manner he does when he's up to no good. Now he's rounded up his rogues and buggered off, with nary a word to anyone. I've grown accustomed to his insolence, but something tells me this is different. It ain't exactly damning, but when last I had words with him, he didn't look defiant so much as hunted. I can't help thinking he's gone looking for trouble and found more than he wanted. So I was hoping you might hunt his sorry hide down and drag it back here before it's too late. The ungrateful little cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't quite bring myself to cut him loose. I suppose he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sticky end. As for how to find him, I'd try asking Grinuita at the Etherite. She was the last one to see him. I dare say she'll be able to tell you where he was headed.
Nothing that passes through those gates escapes my notice. I saw the Rouser and his rabble set out for Woad Whisper Canyon not long ago, singing about drinking themselves stupider. Cheeky sods said I should join them. I told them I'd rather shrivel up than sip whatever it was that had pickled their brains. If you find the idle swine, be sure and give them a cuff round the ear from me, will you?
Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds that slippery bastard's done. Claiming to take the lads out for a drink, only to lead us straight into a bloody trap. It don't get no lower than that. Course, I've learned to stay a step ahead of old Severin, so I was ready, but the others weren't so lucky. You've got to help them. My axe may as well have been a white flag for all the good it did. Hope you fare better, or the sorry bastards in there are done for. Severin might have got us into this mess, but I ain't about to let him give his life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving bastard's debt. To arms. A true knave. You betray even yourself, Severin. Ugh. We were prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition that you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Yet your latest change of heart leaves your debt to us unpaid. Few are they who betray the Serpent Reavers twice. You will not do so a third time. Cowering behind your protector will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it be, we shall take it.
O mournful voice of creation! Grant ye this humble stone a soul, that it may wake to life. You are strong, but are you strong enough to withstand this? Impossible. Never has the golem been so sorely tested. That the golem could be vanquished. That woman is no ordinary adventurer.
The snake slithered away. I am only glad he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you. Those pirates do not belong to any of the known Lominsan factions. Whom then do they serve? The beast tribes? Surely not. But the timing of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagan and Kobold activity. Something is afoot. The question is, what? Could it be that the tribes are planning to summon their primals? 12 help us if it should prove so. Limsa would be hard-pressed to keep a single primal at bay, let alone two. But all is yet speculation. I must needs find evidence. The seas continue to rise, while the lesser moon continues to fall. And ilm by ilm, the world becomes ever more unlike itself. It is as Louis foretold. The coming of chaos has rendered the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between the material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. But they are not here yet. Though time be against us, hope shall ever be on our side. Never did the creed of Charlian ring more true. Never did I dream that I would possess the means to see ether, yet now that I do, I do begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of Charlian seem commonplace.
Here, for you. Have you come for the festivities? Today the Maelstrom officially makes the Great Hole in the Sea its training ground. Join in the celebrations.
Wait. A disturbance in the etheric flow. But whence does it emanate? Seasong Grotto, perhaps? What have we here? Can you walk? Tis I regrettably, no. He eluded me. Understood. I will inform the Commodore. You collapsed from your exertions. Are you suitably recovered? Severin here has apprised me of all that transpired. His account sheds some light upon how you came to be attacked by a golem of all things. A golem is a mindless automaton, inert save when commanded to be otherwise. Common pirates could not hope to control such a thing, so arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates, they are the minions of the Sahagan. As to their purpose, well, I shall get to the bottom of it. But first I must escort Severin back to his place of employment. I dare say Staleworn will be wondering what has become of him. And you too, for that matter. I will bear word to him of your preservation, but I am certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray pay the man a visit. Ah, he told me of you, but perchance he did not tell you of me. My name is Ishtola. I am a naturalist of sorts, surveying the ether in the hope that it might offer up some clue as to our predicament.
I'd say I owed you my life, but that don't cover it. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead, and all. 'Tis a debt I can never repay. But I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to Summerford Farms, and I'll face the consequences.
For reasons I cannot fathom, you seem, forgive me. Mayhap we shall have a chance to speak again when I have marshaled my thoughts. Until our paths next cross, farewell.
Lo. I knew you'd return. Ishtola delivered Severin a bit ago. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back, too, the lot of them sport in the same haunted expression. It's me who's to blame for that and the rest. I was once a serpent reaver. A thrall to the Sahagan? 7 hells. Reavers may look and sound and act like pirates, but they're not but the fishbacks flunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws, but there's things we won't do. We've got a code, see, but the reavers have never followed a word of it. A few years back, they started snatching law Abadin Laminsa. I'd only just taken my oath when our captain bent the knee to his new Sahagan masters. I knew I had to get away. So I crept off one night, got myself a new name, and found myself a new home, Summerford Farms. Trouble is, secrets don't stay secret for long round here, and word soon spread, all the way back to the sea. The penalty for desertion is death, but the reavers offered me a way out instead, my freedom in exchange for my mates. The letter. I dunno what I was thinking. I wasn't bloody thinking. Too busy soiling myself. But you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear 'em talk of how you stood up to the reavers at the last, of how you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as it may, no deed, however good, can atone for the crime of betraying your brethren. I know that, I do. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellowjackets. I'll bring shame to the farm no more, you'll hear no arguments from me. Each man must sail according to his own moral compass. I just hope yours guides you back here someday. There will always be a place for you at Summerford Farms, lad, and I'll always be in your debt, Staleworn. I owe you a debt too, Minnie. Not once have you let me down. Thank you for saving the men of my farm. If I could ask one more favor of you, it'd be this. Tell Baderon what's happened, from start to finish. I'm certain he'd put in a good word for Severin if he knew the whole story. And he's one of the few people I know who the Yellow Jackets will listen to. Well, I reckon I've asked all I can possibly ask of you. Safe travels, lass.
Welcome back, Minnie. It appears your coordination with Carbuncle is progressing at a satisfactory pace. Shall we test your growing acumen with a more practical examination? Our work at Mealvan's Gate requires us to inspect and record the contents of incoming cargo. To simulate such a task, I have had several crates transported to the cliff south of the Zephyr Gate. I want you to examine those crates, then return the inspected cargo here to me. You would be surprised at the depths to which some merchants will sink to deter our customs agents from performing thorough investigations. False bottoms, rotting foodstuffs, flesh-eating Vilekin. I suggest you be prepared for any eventuality.
Bloody ells. Life on the farm ain't quite how I pictured it. But you needn't worry yourself over young Severin. The Yellow Jacket as hands out the punishments is a good mate of mine. If I ask him nice, I reckon he'd be willing to commute the lad's sentence from Angan to Keelholland. Kindly gent that he is. I'm only jesting with ye. I'll see ye's treated fair. Now, it sounds to me like you've done everything old Staleworn asked of ye and more, justifying me generous finder's fee in the process. Much obliged, lass. As fair a reward, well, she's a lonely lady, this drownin' wench of mine. How'd ye fancy keeping her company fair a spell, with free room and board? Vontaron's a tryin' business, after all. Them as don't rest their bones every now and again tend to end up with broken ones. And take it from me, fightin' ain't nearly so much fun when you're nursing a shattered arm. Got that? Good. There'll always be a free bed fare ye, so make use of it. Not that ye'll have much time fair lying around, what with all the levs ye'll be doing. Oh, didn't I mention? I'm putting your name down fair levs. Our guild draws all manner of clients, offering all manner of odd jobs. Honestly, ye'd be amazed how much folk will pay to avoid doing an honest day's labor. Just give Tmokri a shout whenever you feel like making a few extra gil. She'll always have some task or other fair ye to do. Oh, and it's all above board, case you're wondering. We're careful to stay on the Admiral's right side in air, unlike some pirates I could mention. I tell ye, if it turns out they had aught to do with them kidnappings, there'll be 7 hells to pay. A proper bleedin' reckonin'. Mayhap that's what Limsa needs, though. On rough seas, sometimes ye have to rock the boat to right it. But we'll have time fair such talk when you're well and rested. Till then, enjoy the wench's hospitality.
You now have access to recommendations. This feature displays a list of quests or duties currently available in your area. The recommendations list can be opened from under duty in the main menu, and will also be displayed automatically when you log in. If you find yourself unsure of what to do next, this tool makes it simple to locate activities suitable for your present class and level.
How do ye fare, Minnie? Rested and ready to expand your horizons? Well, then, I've an idea where you might try Eden next. Have ye ear to the skylift out in Middle La Nosha? If you've ever visited Woad Whisper Canyon, then you must have been up and down the thing at least once. It's that big bleeding scaffolding attached to the descent. You've likely seen the lads and lasses out there using it to haul cargo up the cliff face. Hard labor, that, and I hear they could use an enterprising soul to pick up the odd jobs what no other bugger has time to deal with. Track down the eat of the operation, bloke by the name of Workrit, and he'll be sure to put you to work on a task or two.
I am not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to cogitate. The reaction to my sudden appearance was within expected parameters. But I must admit I did not expect so proficient a performance against the enemies set against you. Yet, effective though your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. As I watched you battle, the wheels of my mind whirled into motion, as they are wont to do, inventing other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see. Taking into account your current level of ability, factoring in the etheric constant, multiplying by the number of opponents, then applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios. Oh, dear. My calculations indicate failure upon encountering threat level 9785. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that.
Though the opportune window to do so has passed, I would nevertheless introduce myself. I am Clehir, Emilvan's Gate Assessor. Acting Guildmaster Thubiagime elected me to oversee your training, and provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of Arcanima. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometries, what factor most influences your actions during battle? Aha. Just as I predicted. And now I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an Arcanist of note is 90%. Give or take 0.5%. Yes, the certainty is quite high. After all, I only know of one other practitioner who responded to my question in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. While our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us with his most notorious saying to date. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. I suggest you continue to focus on refining your aptitude with Carbuncle. Mastery with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanima. Here ends your lesson for today. Pray return directly to the guild. I believe Mistress Thubiagime is awaiting some inspected cargo. And what of myself? I'm off to the fields, of course. The tactics I reasoned out earlier must be attempted in real-life scenarios. Theory is all well and good, but there is no substitute for actual combat. We will meet again soon. Ah, Minnie. Have you returned with the cargo? Yes, everything seems to be in order, relatively clear of blood and other gore. That can be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. I also had word from Clehir regarding your performance. She seemed eager to continue your training. An odd lass, I'll admit, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You would do well to heed the instruction she offers, particularly that which touches on the diligent approach to our art. Did you perhaps notice the battered tome Clehia carries? That initiate's grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has her reasons, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position as Foreseer. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanima has led her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategist guides your Arcanist training, I hope that you might return the favor and help to broaden her own perspective, somewhat. But enough of such matters for the moment. You have done well this day, Minnie. Continue your practice with Carbuncle, as Clehia has bid. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. Yes, Minnie, the time for your next lesson is upon us. You are keeping well, I trust. Taking the occasional brisk walk? One cannot form sound thoughts if one fails to maintain a sound body. Now, assuming you have been following Clehia's instructions, you should be ready to face the more dangerous threats found in western La Nosha. I speak of roselings and wild jackals. And yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. 'Tis the perfect sample size. The first acts as a preliminary test case, the second to test your hypotheses, the third to perfect the tactics you've devised. Speaking of which, I trust your strategy will consist of more than simply flinging ruin over and over again. You are not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought reflect that. If you find yourself wanting for other approaches, consider an assault with ruin in tandem with attacks from your Carbuncle. When timed appropriately, you can deal a crippling blow to your opponent.
Badaron sent ye out here, did he? Then consider yourself welcome at the skylift. Look at that bloody cliff, will ye? One blast of fiery hell from that huge dragon was all it took to split the ground in half. Cargo still needs to get through, though, so this mess of wooden pulleys was our solution to the problem. Well, one of them, at least. If the gods were kind, and they ain't, I'd have about a dozen more workers to handle me growing list of headaches. Glad I am to see ye again, lass. A wagon driver just returned in a great bloody hurry, screaming about some monstrosity what sprang out from a million corn seedling in his cargo. Seems the gutless bastard tossed it over the side afore turning tail and running for his life. I need ye to head down the road, recover that seedling, and deliver it to Lilf over at Swift Perch in western La Nosha. Whatever he pays ye for the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't rightly know what else is lurking inside the plant, and ye deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Oh, and you'll also find an etherite in Swift Perch, so the journey should be worth your while. Has Nim-Ea herself forsaken this desolate land? Though I understood there were risks in gambling my entire fortune on a crop of million corn, I at least expected the seedling to be delivered before disaster struck. Is that my million corn seedling? Oh joyous day. It may seem a paltry beginning, but the yield of this particular variety of crop plant is nothing short of astonishing. As you have undoubtedly noticed, Swift Perch lacks a certain, shall we say, vital energy? Thus I mean to restore a modicum of hope to its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. You, madam, seem fit to burst with vim and vigor. Might I persuade you to abide a while and help nurture this ailing settlement? You there, adventurer. Cast your eyes towards the brewer's beacon. Does the light not seem uncommonly weak? It cannot possibly be bright enough to guide the ship sailing in the bay. I would march over to the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favor if you could make a visit to the brewer's beacon and see if aught has befallen Conswis, the lighthouse keeper.
Welcome back, Minnie. How did it feel to conquer such ferocious foes? Let us ride that wave of triumph onto an even more demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next training exercise will have you accompanying Forcia Clehia on one of her inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of Arcanima. Pray do not tarry, Minnie. Clehia awaits you on the floor below with further details. A timely appearance, as I expected. Shall we proceed directly to the job at hand? I have been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin peddler caravan run by the Boylestocks family. Our agents suspect these beastman merchants of dealing in forbidden goods. As such, I have calculated that announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of inviting physical violence. I have prepared a strategy to respond to this possible shift into hostilities, but there is an important precondition you should be made aware of before we discuss the finer points of my plan. Though I am considered gifted in the formation of tactics, I lack the reflexes and coordination necessary to employ many of those selfsame strategies on the field of battle. Pray keep this factor in mind, and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now, should the goblins offer battle, you are to execute combat pattern 1345, otherwise known as stratagem focus fire. You and your carbuncle will concentrate your attacks on a single foe, and, one by one, the enemy will wither under the combined onslaught. Probability of victory, 95%. Reports place the peddlers in the vicinity of the cookpot, in Middle La Nosha. I will depart immediately to assess the situation. Seek me out once you arrive.
Greetings, I am one of the smiths, a stoker of fires and forger of futures. As a dedicated member of the Adventurers Guild, I have been entrusted with the task of providing assistance to new adventurers. Well, the mantle of adventurer does not drape so awkwardly from your shoulders as it once did. But while questing alone certainly brings its own rewards, you haven't truly adventured until you've delved into some darkened dungeon, stalwart comrades at your side, ancient ruins, echoing caverns, and all manner of deadly places lie hidden across the realm, and these are best conquered in the company of trustworthy allies. And such advice holds true for many a formidable foe that would crush a solitary adventurer. How one fights in a party, however, is often drastically different from how one fights alone. Thus did we construct the Hall of the Novice, where we endeavor to prepare you for those differences. The hall can be found just north of Alaport, in western La Nosha. Within its walls, we offer burgeoning heroes a bevy of training exercises. Step into the flames, my friend, and forge the skills you shall need for the morrow. Let us proceed directly to the briefing. For this exercise, you'll be learning avoidance. An enemy often tips his hand before a big attack, and your best defense is to skip out of the way. You pass the exercise once I decide you've learned this lesson. Everything is clear, I trust? Say the word when you are ready to begin. You are prepared to commence training, then? This training exercise is now underway. Watch your opponent carefully. When you see an attack coming, move out of the strike zone. You'll be facing me first. I won't hold back, so be quick on your feet. You're doing splendidly. Keep it up. Time I switch to a new technique. Better change your dance steps. You're doing splendidly. Keep it up. Now it's my turn. I'll teach you not to ignore a ranged opponent. You're doing splendidly. Keep it up. Now show me you can avoid both at once. Think you can dodge us both? Stay calm, and watch for the signs. Stay alert. There is but a short time remaining. Bravo. And thus concludes the exercise. Pray calm and receive your reward. Nicely done. Learning to avoid the obvious attacks is a skill all adventurers need. Those who insist on standing still won't long survive the profession. And speaking of survival, perfecting each of my lessons will earn you a piece of armor to aid you in your chosen role. Should you feel so inclined, repeat this same lesson with the other masters that they might reward you with equipment tailored towards their fields of expertise. Here is your prize for completing the exercise. But remember, the real prize is the lesson you've learned. According to my records, you have yet to fully complete your training. You are under no obligation to finish the final exercise, of course, but there is much to gain and not to be lost in the attempt. Let us proceed directly to the briefing. When it comes to your place in a party, you are the sharp end of the spear. Simply put, your role is to inflict as much damage as possible, while keeping your own skin intact. As such, you cannot just attack whichever enemy you please. If you strike a foe other than one controlled by your ally, then you risk becoming the target of deadly aggression. As you might have guessed, the purpose of this exercise is to teach cooperation. Your ally will hold the enemy's attention. It is your job to take the foe down. Work with your allies to defeat the enemy, and we can move on to the next training exercise. Everything is clear, I trust? Say the word when you are ready to begin. You are prepared to commence training, then? This training exercise is now underway. Attack the same foe as your ally to win the battle. That's the way, novice. I'll I'll keep him occupied. You concentrate on bringing him down. Very good. Now here's a hint about enemy facing. Your opponent will have a harder time avoiding blows from the flanks or from behind. There are also certain techniques that perform better when executed from such positions. Bravo. And thus concludes the exercise. Pray, come and receive your reward. Did you mark the sturdiness of your ally taking the enemy's hits? Coordinating efforts with a heavily armored defender will allow you to fight to your fullest. Here is your prize for completing the exercise. But remember, the real prize is the lesson you've learned. According to my records, you have yet to fully complete your training. You are under no obligation to finish the final exercise, of course, but there is much to gain and not to be lost in the attempt. Let us proceed directly to the briefing. For this exercise, you will be fighting multiple opponents. The key to victory is coordination with your comrades. Each foe will fall all the swifter under a focused assault. Work with your allies to defeat the enemy, and we can move on to the next training exercise. Everything is clear, I trust? Say the word when you are ready to begin. You are prepared to commence training, then? This training exercise is now underway. Start the fight with the staff waver. Such foes are often the most dangerous, but the least robust. Be sure to attack the same enemy as your ally. Strike the wrong foe 5 times and you fail this exercise. That's the way, novice. Once this one's down, we'll move on to the fist fighter. There's another yet standing. Don't lose your focus. He's almost done for. Grind him into the dust. Bravo. And thus concludes the exercise. Pray, come and receive your reward. Coordination is the key to conquering foes swiftly and safely. Work well with your allies, and the efficacy of your armor need not be tested. Here is your prize for completing the exercise. But remember, the real prize is the lesson you've learned. According to my records, you have yet to fully complete your training. You are under no obligation to finish the final exercise, of course, but there is much to gain and not to be lost in the attempt. Let us proceed directly to the briefing. Do you remember the lesson where I had you evading enemy attacks? This exercise will put that training to the test. You must needs plan your strikes around some fancy footwork. Work with your allies to defeat the enemy, and we can move on to the next training exercise. Everything is clear, I trust? Say the word when you are ready to begin. You are prepared to commence training, then? This training exercise is now underway. Engage the axe wielder, but keep an eye out for counterattacks. If you allow yourself to be hit 5 times, we will start this exercise again from the beginning. Well done. Slippery as an eel, novice. Not bad. Care to dodge this? Victory is within reach. Be on your guard until the very last. Bravo. And thus concludes the exercise. Pray come and receive your reward. Neatly done. Breaking off attacks to save your skin is always the wisest course, though it may sometimes be a frustrating dance. It is better to dodge than be sprawled in the dust. Here is your prize for completing the exercise. But remember, the real prize is the lesson you've learned. According to my records, you have yet to fully complete your training. You are under no obligation to finish the final exercise, of course, but there is much to gain and not to be lost in the attempt. Let us proceed directly to the briefing. This exercise will teach you how to deal with enemy reinforcements. As the battle progresses, new foes will appear on the field. These sudden arrivals will target your weakest comrade, so you must be quick to eliminate them. Work with your allies to defeat the enemy, and we can move on to the next training exercise. Everything is clear, I trust? Say the word when you are ready to begin. You are prepared to commence training, then? This training exercise is now underway. Keep an eye peeled for reinforcements, novice. Another enemy has arrived on the field. Engage this new foe. Excellent. You handled the situation perfectly. Here comes another. Make short work of this skirmisher. Your healer is under attack. Swiftly now. Eliminate the aggressor. Very good. Now see the battle to its end. Bravo. And thus concludes the exercise. Pray come and receive your reward. A fine performance. A party is doomed without a source of restoration. When reinforcements threaten your healer, it is time to spring into action. Here is your prize for completing the exercise. But remember, the real prize is the lesson you've learned. According to my records, you have yet to fully complete your training. You are under no obligation to finish the final exercise, of course, but there is much to gain and not to be lost in the attempt. Let us proceed directly to the briefing. In this exercise, you will learn to manipulate the battlefield. During the battle, enemies will pour forth from the rear gate. New foes will continue to flood in whilst this portal remains open. You must operate the lever that closes the gate, or your party will be overwhelmed. Work with your allies to defeat the enemy, and we can move on to the next training exercise. Everything is clear, I trust? Say the word when you are ready to begin. You are prepared to commence training, then? This training exercise is now underway. Engage the enemy, but be wary of the gate. The gate is open. Ignore the reinforcements for now, and operate the lever. Well done. The flood of enemies has ceased. Now mop up the foes remaining. Bravo. And thus concludes the exercise. Pray come and receive your reward. It is imperative to recognize when a battle has turned against you. Act quickly to neutralize an enemy's advantage, or be prepared to suffer through a difficult fight. Here is your prize for completing the exercise. But remember, the real prize is the lesson you've learned. According to my records, you have yet to fully complete your training. You are under no obligation to finish the final exercise, of course, but there is much to gain and not to be lost in the attempt. You've arrived at the mountain's peak, the final exercise. As the culmination of your training, all the skills you've acquired will be put to the test. Put your lessons into practice and you'll do just fine. Say the word when you are ready to begin. You are prepared to commence training, then? This training exercise is now underway. Let's begin with the basics, shall we? Pay attention to the enemies facing, and stay out of harm's way. Watch out for the jackal. Put it down quickly. Another jackal. Spare your healer its jaws. Now you face multiple foes. Remember to coordinate efforts with your allies. And now for the last challenge. This one hits hard, so be quick on your feet. Just a little more, novice. Keep your focus, and see this foe defeated. Bravo. And thus concludes the exercise. Pray come and receive your reward. You've proven yourself a novice no longer. Pray accept this prize to commemorate your achievement.
I am Forcia Clehere of Mealvarn's Gate. You are to cease all transactions and surrender your goods for inspection.
Nasty sneak eye peekers. Gobbies spit uplander nosy eyes on stabby iron.
A predictably aggressive response. Very well, Minnie. Remember what we discussed. Minnie. Now. Execute stratagem focus fire. Strike now with all your might. Do not forget the precondition. Adjust your tactics accordingly. Minnie. Switch to combat pattern 2538, evasive maneuvers. An excellent decision. Your combat style gives me an idea. I must formulate a new tactic. The battlefield is yours. Nicely done. Adaptation, improvisation. I might have been observing our beloved guildmaster himself in action. This was the perfect example of how the strategy for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it is necessary to fully understand your own strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there is another question I would ask you. When it comes to improving the probable success of a strategy, do you consider it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strengths or shoring up your weaknesses? Oh ho, again you respond as the guildmaster once did. I must revise the probability for your potential to attain greatness to 97%. You are one to keep an eye on, that much is certain. But to return to the subject of battle plans, your calculations must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limits, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to the guild and make your report to Mistress Thabirgheim. Until next we meet, I shall abide here until the Yellow Jackets arrive to take the peddlers into custody. My strategies will keep me company. Back from the field, Minnie. Clehere contacted me with a summary of events. It seems you were treated to a lecture on knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught only to intermediate practitioners. Without a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it is difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Nevertheless, I feel confident that you will soon be ready for a more ambitious assignment. Keep to your studies, and maintain the razor edge of your mind. One last thing, Minnie. Considering the dedication you have shown towards our discipline, I have decided to permit you leave to explore the teachings offered by other guilds. I would suggest, however, that you first master the science of Arcanima. The strategic training you receive here will serve you well no matter the path you eventually choose to walk. Return to me when your reason tells you the time is right.
You now have access to the armory system. Quests to unlock the other classes can be undertaken by speaking to the receptionist in the corresponding guild. There exist myriad disciplines in Eorzea that adventurers can take up. For the most rewarding experience, however, it is recommended that you first focus on mastering your current class.
You seem tired, Minnie. Are you sleeping properly? One's reasoning can suffer without sufficient rest and recuperation. Should you deem yourself fit for duty, pray make your way down to the practice floor. Forcia Clehere has requested you accompany her on another official inspection. There is, however, a requirement for your participation. The Forcia will explain the situation. I was beginning to think I'd miscalculated, Minnie. Thank you for coming. I will soon be boarding a trading vessel suspected of smuggling. All merchant ships that make use of Limsa Lominsa's ports are subject to inspection by Milvan's gate assessors. It is a routine I perform daily. In the case of smugglers, however, there is a 75% probability of encountering resistance. Thus, I would appreciate your company during this assignment. It is now that we must discuss the requirement of which you were informed. Though I have full confidence in your martial expertise, it is imperative that you first acquire the ability to summon Topaz Carbuncle. Such knowledge will be released to you contingent on your acceptance of this duty. Very good. The arcane entity given form by the Topaz geometry will further expand your offensive capabilities. With such an ally at your command, even the harshest of enemies will falter before you. Indeed, we could not conduct these dangerous spot inspections without its support. Please return to Mistress Thubiergeim and inform her of your participation. I will join you once I have completed some final adjustments to my tactical formulae. You have agreed to accompany the Forcier. Then I shall gladly instruct you in the use of Topaz Carbuncle. Pray do not hesitate to employ this entity in combat should the inspection turn sour. The mercenaries Geisfrin and Asota are here to assist with the inspection. Both are old hands when it comes to escorting Clehir during her more dangerous duties.
Well met, Minnie. My spells are at your disposal.
This won't be the first time we're expecting trouble, but as long as we follow the Forcier's tactics and keep a clear head, we'll come through just fine. The Morning Star is preparing to dock in Aliport. We will meet our first challenge, however, before we even board the vessel. It is almost a certainty that the merchant ship has hired a thug or two to accost us at the pier. I calculate the probability at 98%. The crew wish to avoid attacking us on deck, you see, as that would all but trumpet their criminal intentions to the world at large. Now, once we do manage to clear the rails, we will face a deck crowded with armed sailors. For a small party such as ours, the most effective strategy will be to incapacitate individual foes as swiftly as possible. Each opponent we down is one less weapon raised against us. It is imperative that we do not allow ourselves to become tangled in multiple, drawn-out skirmishes lest we be overwhelmed. I call this stratagem hammerfall. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. Keep those words in mind, Minnie. It is time we departed. Let us regroup before the main gates of Aliport. Ye say a yellow jacket sent ye here? Eh? Me light's grown dim, has it? Well, o' course it bloody has. The bomb what fuels me furnace has up and buggered off, you see. If I don't get that beacon fixed up soon, there'll be trouble on the water. I know you're just the messenger, lass, but I can tell a venturer when I see one. I'm going to need ye to chase down that bomb and bring back a claw what ye ripped from its smouldering corpse. Take this here iron brazier and set her down in the middle of the flock, somewhere near the scarecrow, I'd say. Ye get a nice fire going, and that frisky bomb'll soon be about. Watch ye don't singe your eyebrows, lass. All ye need do is take down that runaway bomb and bring me one of its little claws. Ah, ye got the ashy bastard, did ye? Once I put this little firecracker in the furnace, that should keep things running for a while. I had myself a bit of a look while ye was gone, and lean curse me if the furnace weren't all bent and broken. Small wonder the bloody bomb was able to escape. I patched things up as best I could, but I ain't no smitty. You might want to have a chat with that yellow jacket friend of yours in Swiftpitch, and have him pass the word back to someone in Limsa.
The furnace is damaged, is it? Very well, I shall write up the relevant reports, but these repairs must needs be effected without delay. It seems I have another favor to ask of you, adventurer. Take yourself straightway to the Armorers Guild in Limsa Lominsa and explain the situation to Forgemaster Hananza. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Ah, do not tell me, this is your first visit to the stop. I shall update my register with your name, so that you may access this location in the future. No new letters for you today, Kupo.
Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Ah, do not tell me, this is your first visit to this stop. I shall update my register with your name, so that you may access this location in the future. Let us be about our task. Minnie, pray inform the steersman at the pier that we are ready to conduct our inspection. Should violence be offered, you are to execute stratagem Hammerfall. Do not forget, your tactics are both your shield and your weapon.
You're with the folks from Mielvan's Gate? Hells, I knew there'd be trouble. Well, then. I'm certainly glad to see you can handle yourself. You'll find the landing boat just down here at the end of this ramp. I'll have no part of what comes next, though.
Deftly handled, Minnie. Once again, I am reminded of our guildmaster. Thanks to your efficient response, we will be able to commence this inspection earlier than I had calculated. We shall board the merchant vessel out in the bay. Asota, if you would take the rudder, the Morning Star awaits. Since their welcoming party at the pier failed to deter us, I expect, with a probability of 85%, that our arrival will incite further belligerence. Our objective, however, is not to trade blows, but to gain access to the hold. It may behoove us to employ stratagem hardhead. The aim of our opponents is to buy time so that suspect goods may be tossed into the ocean. I do not intend to give them that time. We will bull our way towards the cargo hold as quickly as we can. It is a tactic fraught with risk, but one that your presence makes possible. Shall we begin? I am Forcia here. By the authority of Mealvan's Gate, I request that you surrender your goods for assessment.
Well, now, your timing couldn't be worse, lass. The old door's all rusted up, ye see. Bloody thing won't open. Ye'll have to come back another day after we's fixed the hinges.
I will see that cargo now. Any vessel entering a port of Limsa Lominsa is bound by law to submit to a routine inspection.
The law, is it? Lads, I reckon it's time our guests had themselves a little accident. Pitch 'em over the side.
Commence stratagem hardhead. Minnie, it's Topaz Carbuncle's time to shine. Our hero must be protected first and foremost. A masterful display, Minnie. Now we can finally gain access to their cargo. Oof.
What have we air, then? It's one of the bitch admiral's lapdogs, scampering about me ship. You're just like your mistress, always sticking your nose in where it ain't invited.
No, it can't be.
Ha. Recognized me pretty face, did ye?
But, you were caught. Exiled. Forcia. Are you hurt? Can you stand? Stay back. You stay away from me. Forcia, please, calm down. What are your orders?
I've had enough of your whimpering. And I've certainly had enough of these bloody books. It's clear ye ain't learning anything from 'em. Reckon it's time ye got a different kind of lesson.
Ah.
Klihia. Nafika Preserva, she's fainted. We must withdraw.
Minnie, quickly. Back to the boat. We'll carry the Forcia.
Aye, that's right. Ye slink on back to your mistress, ye worthless curs. Gah ha 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 ha.
It is good to see you well, Minnie. Geisrin sent word ahead of your travails. An unfortunate turn of events, but considering the infamous Blackheart you faced, you might have fared much worse. Have you heard of the pirate Dusmaga? He was exiled from Limsa Lominsa some years ago, but it appears he has chosen to defy the Admiral's orders. And once more he dares lay a hand on Forcia Klihia. The poor lass must have been terrified. If I had known Dusmaga was aboard that ship, I never would have assigned her that duty. The assessor may require some time to recover. For Klihia, that man is a nightmare made flesh. Though her physical wounds will soon mend, there is little we can do to salve the hurt to her mind. You are concerned? Angry, mayhap? Harness that energy, and channel it into your training. I predict we shall be needing your skills again before long. The furnace in the brewer's beacon needs repairs. Byagut's beard, I just sent someone out to tinker with it not a week past. Mayhap the bomb Kansi's had trapped in there was a touch too volatile? I'll have an artisan visit the lighthouse and pay special attention to reinforcing the casing of that furnace. Your work is done here, adventurer. May the navigator guide you on your journeys. What say you to taking on some work from Naldik and Vermelis? We've a great hulking warship to build and could certainly use an extra hand for any number of tasks. For your first job, I need you to run this missive over to Artburn, the head shipwright at the Morrowby dry docks. We forge most of the ship's bits and pieces here at the Armorers Guild, but the actual construction takes place at the docks found in the south of Lower La Nosha. That's also where you'll find the main offices of Naldik and Vermelis. The Moraby Dry Docks is one of Limsa Lominsa's most important districts, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure you'll not regret attuning yourself to the area's etherite. If you've no confidence in your sense of direction, you'd be best served making use of the Chocobo Porters. First floor of the mizzenmast, in case you were wondering. Should you choose to make the trek on your own 2 feet, leave the city through the Tempest Gate and follow the road south. May the navigator guide your steps.
Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a Chocobo Porter? Ah, do not tell me, this is your first visit to the stop. I shall update my register with your name, so that you may access this location in the future. You have a missive for me from Forgemaster Hananza? I assume it pertains to the pending arrival of the materials I ordered over a moon past. Let's see it, then. Blast and botheration. Another delay? I am well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans, but this is insufferable. My apologies. The messenger does not deserve to bear the brunt of my frustration. Might I have your name? Minnie, is it? Well, Minnie, this proud maiden you see taking shape before you is the Victory, the first new vessel to grace the dock since the calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that fateful day, but starting with this beauty, we will restore the Maelstrom's fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship, it is the symbol of Limsa Lominsa's rebirth from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the Seventh Umbral era. Thus we are striving to complete her construction as swiftly as possible, even going so far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the thalassocracy. Yet even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger at the docks for a time, there is no end of odd jobs for a hard-working adventurer. Be you fair warned, there is no place here for layabouts and troublemakers. Where in the seven hells is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with a shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a single word. A shipwright of mine, a young man named Firelsmid, recently left Candlekeep Key to retrieve several crates of supplies ordered from Limsa Lominsa but is yet to return. I have sent several missives to Halbroda, but his replies are always the same. He does not recall ever seeing the right, nor the supplies he was scheduled to collect. That man knows something, and I severely doubt he is telling me the whole truth. As I cannot leave my post, I would ask you to travel to Candlekeep Key in my stead and inform Halbroda that if he insists on playing these games, I will personally see that he is transferred to Turtleback Island, where he can rot alone in the middle of the sea for eternity. Eh? Does that self-righteous dog Otberm doubt that I've never told him anything less than the truth? Turtleback Island? He cannot do that, can he? I swear on my poor Nana's grave, Navigator rest her soul, I know not of this Firelsmid, nor his precious supplies. Hells, we here at the Key have had enough trouble these past few suns, what with the sinking of that Lominsan cargo ship off the Salt Strand. I haven't the time to take a proper piss, let alone make note of every scrag that wanders in off the grip. Now, the way I see it, if you have time to be standing here questioning my character, then you most certainly have the time to get that arse of yours down to the Salt Strand and help us search for survivors of the wreck. Who knows? You may just run across this Firelsmid everyone seems so eager to find. Here's to hoping the Navigator hasn't found him first. Aye, I'm Firelsmid. Ye say the foreman's wondering on me whereabouts? I thought he might be. But ye must know, I cannot show me face at the dry docks until I've righted the terrible wrong I caused. 2 nights past, I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Key, just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliffs, so I paid a few coins to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time we was halfway twixt shore and ship, the swells had risen to nigh on 10 yawms, and 'twasn't long afore the waves had hold of us try as we might to steady the boat. Nature's grip was too tight, and we was flung headlong into the Lominsan galley. When I awoke, both ships were gone, and the cargo I was to collect lay strewn across the Salt Strand. I's made every effort to salvage it, but the sands are crawling with Kikirn, and I ain't a one with a sword. And now ye see why it is I cannot return to the dry docks. That night, I was tossed into the sea like some doll of rags, and it weren't long afore the world round me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. But lo, the navigator wouldn't see me to the gates of the seven hells, and I woke to find myself washed ashore. And here I's been, ever since, waiting for a chance to salvage me master's cargo. The missing parts. I don't know how I can repay you. I'll deliver the supplies right away, but first I must stop by the quay so that I might pay me respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave his life fair a handful of coin. Could ye tell Otberm that I'll be back at the dry docks by nightfall? Many thanks, adventurer. I will not forget this kindness. I am relieved to hear that both Firelsmith and the supplies are unharmed, though it was foolish for him to believe that I would blame him for that which was obviously out of his hands. You see, there was no storm that day, and the seas here adjacent the dry docks were as calm as a slumbering child. This leads me to believe that the trouble the ships encountered off Candlekeep Quay was of a less natural sort, the sort which the Sahagin have been known to conjure. Minnie, while I originally had doubts about your motives, you have repeatedly proven yourself an asset to Naldik and Vimelis. I still do not like you, but that does not mean I do not trust you. Ginthoda, head of the watch here at the dry docks, believes that pirates may be plotting an attack on the Victory, and she requires assistance investigating a group of unsavory individuals making camp nearby. I have recommended you for the task. Despite all Limsa Lominsa endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who would turn their backs on the city-state so that they might line their pockets with a few handfuls of coin. Just the thought of it sickens me.
Ah, yes. I had a feeling you would be the one Artburn sent. Since you first arrived at the Morrowby dry docks, I have had my men watch you. Oh, there's no need to get angry. I make it a point to keep an eye on all those new to the area. It is simply protocol, and you'll be pleased to know that nothing incriminating was found. You appear to be a model citizen. That, and the foreman seems to think somewhat highly of you, which I must admit is quite shocking. The man doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well, then. I assume Artburn informed you of what your task would entail. The pirates we believe are conspiring to raid the dry docks were last seen making camp near an ancient stone called the Mark of the Spinner. I would have you approach the men, posing as a lost adventurer, and see if you cannot somehow learn of their intentions. Kanangho stationed at the rear gates can provide you with an exact location of the camp. Minnie. Haha. I knew it. No more sardines for Kanangho. Tonight, I shall dine on the finest salmon on the peninsula. Why? Well, I had a little wager going with some of the other guards on who Artburn would recommend for the next job. My money was on you. Ah, the job. Yes, of course. If you follow the road past the gates to the southeast, you will eventually come to a barren cape with a single large stone half buried in the cliff overlooking the sea. Followers of the 12 say it's a holy place dedicated to Nim Ea, the spinner. I'd be surprised if the pirates camped up there were aware of that, though.
I'm giving ye to the count of 9 to step back on that path, and carry your Vontaron arse back down to whatever rock it is ye crawled out from under. Ye see, I's added up to me ears with your type, roaming the ills like they was yours to roam. It's getting to be that a man canny enjoy a mug of rum why about some shite breath outlander running up asking which is the way to the local lev meeting. 7 L's if I know. I'm a bloody pirate, goddamn it. Falls balls. Once we have me boy back, I'm putting this god's-forsaken pisshole of an island so far behind me, ain't no one'll remember I was ever heir. Come on, scrags. We's knives to sharpen.
So the trespassers are indeed pirates, and they are indeed planning something. But what is this talk of getting me boy back? Could it be that their target never was the victory? Something is not right, and I won't sit by idly waiting for those pirates to make the first move. I shall order increased patrols immediately. Thank you again for your help, Minnie. It appears we were wise to put our trust in you. I am concerned, Minnie. It appears that the pirates I had you investigate are on the move. They creep ever closer to the dry docks, so I must assume they mean to target the Victory herself. That ship is the symbol of everything Limsa Lominsa strives to become, and I will not allow these base scoundrels to lay a single finger upon her hull. We must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion. And you, Minnie, are just the woman to do it. Without your capable assistance, I fear the security of the dry docks cannot be guaranteed. Not moments ago, my guards submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area. Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. It matters not whom you choose to speak with, but be sure to question either Urswist at the front gate or Kanangho at the rear. Any suspect saboteurs you encounter during the course of your investigation are to be interrogated. Report any and all findings directly to me. Hail, adventurer. Glad to have another hand aboard to help shore up security. The gods know our reports would sit on Gimthota's desk gathering dust if it weren't for the assistance of those such as yourself. Speaking of reports, though, I saw one of those mangy pirates lurking around the cliff near Empty Heart. I'd take a closer look before he has a chance to cover his tracks.
Bah, spotted me, did ye? Well, you're too late, what's to happen is already happening.
So, you found me one of those pirates, did you? I knew you were the right adventurer to ask for aid, but what could these knaves be planning? What's to happen is already happening?
Captain. Trouble, at the shipyard.
Easy now, soldier. Who did this to you?
Pirates. Out of nowhere. Stuck me good.
Gods below, we are not prepared for this. The pirates, soldier, how many do they number?
Not sure. More than I could quickly count. Seem to be carrying explosives.
Explosives? Then there is no time to lose. Minnie, you heard the situation. Make your way to the shipyard and engage these intruders. I will see to this man's wounds, then follow after. Make haste, now.
Gah ha ha ha. Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards, but their plan worked like a charm. Duh. What are you doing, you great bloody fool? Shut your trap, boy. This'll all be over soon. All that's left now is to blow this ugly pile of driftwood into splinters. Why would you do such a thing? Have you any idea how important this ship is? What it represents? Aye, and that's what makes it all the sweeter. Whatever it takes to knock some sense into me treacherous, backstabbing son. Imagine, a boy of mine giving up the pirate life to become a shipwright. And building a bleedin' maelstrom vessel at that. What underlim leans wide, green ocean made ye take up with these self-righteous shites? You're the one with no bloody sense, duh. Don't you see? The pirates had their glory days, but that era is over.
I wondered why Artburm never spoke of his father. I never would have thought.
This ship's a symbol all right, of everything what went wrong with the world. And I mean to shatter it into 100,000 pieces. Gimthoda. Minnie. Pray beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug, and make sure no harm comes to the Victory. Yeah, this is madness. A pirate don't abandon his treasures. My father. You must stop it.
Leave him to us, Minnie. Kanangho, to me.
As we agreed, not softly.
Marmuljar mercenaries. I'll take the Marmuljar. You focus on a Sarpfin.
You've no idea who you're up against.
Where, adventurer? Azarphin has a crazy glint in his eye.
Please. You cannot let him win. I must be getting old, letting some green venturer get the best of me. Duh. That's one big bloody ship. Big, and nasty looking. You made that, did ye? My thanks, Minnie. I shudder to think what may have become of the Victory without your intervention. The pirates have made a right mess of things. I'd best get to sorting out the docks. And my thoughts could use some sorting out as well. Ever did my father have a way of turning my life upside down? Pray convey my thanks, and my apologies, to Gimthoda.
How fare you, Minnie? I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played in preventing this madness. You defended more than a simple ship. You saved the budding hope of Limsa Lominsa from a violent demise. The day was yours. It seems our security regimen will require much in the way of improvement if we are to truly keep the dry dock safe. Artburm apologizes? Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this incident was hardest on him, but, in time, I believe he will come to a single conclusion: the most fitting way of moving past his anguish is to see the victory completed and in the water. By the by, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellow Jackets. Rayna's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellow Jackets moved in, however, we recovered a most unusual object. Should you have the time to spare, I would ask of you another favor. Minnie. In light of your role in recent events, there are few others to whom I would entrust this task. Since last we spoke, a curious missive has been discovered amongst the personal effects of Azarphin, the pirate behind the plot to sabotage the Victory. This missive was penned in the most unusual script, a script we believe to be some manner of code. Needless to say, anything which a proven enemy of Limsa Lominsa deems worthy of enciphering is like to be of great interest to the Maelstrom. Unfortunately, none among us can make any sense of the message. In cases such as this, I am told the Yellow Jackets are wont to turn to Bodoran and his convenient connections. Thus I would have you deliver this missive to the proprietor of the Drowning Wench. Into his hand, and no other. Do you understand?
Ahoy there, Minnie. I've been earing about your deeds at the dry docks. Otberm laid out the entire tale fair me. Poor Sod was still reeling at his old man's part in the business, but at least ye kept the victory from being sunk afore she'd sailed. And fair that, I owe ye me, thanks. Ye've really made a name fair yourself in Limsa, lass. Folk know that when they need summat doing. Eh? You need summat doing? And what might that be? Ye want someone to read a message writ in funny letters fair ye? And Ginthota thought I might know a man as could? Well, let's see it, then. I reckon I might know a canny bugger what can read stuff like this. Ugly sod by the name of Bodoran. Ye know, you're like one of me regulars now, Minnie. Ye've never let me down yet, and, Navigator help me, I reckon I can trust ye. Ginthota was right to want this message deciphered. We've got us some trouble brewing, and no mistake. Get ready fair action, and I'll explain. Good to have ye aboard, lass. Now then, where to start? Back when I was younger and nastier, I earned me living as a sellsword. In that business, if you wanted to know what your enemy was up to, you had to learn to read the orders you prized from the cold dead ends of his mates. That's how I came to know how to read your message. Truth be told, the script was only too bloody familiar. Them Sahagin letters, lass. And I should know, I've gutted more fishback messengers than I can count. It gets worse, though. The plan to blow up the victory is all in air, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of L in Western Lanosha, then at the Maelstrom's new flagship in the confusion. The point being, the attack on the victory weren't the act of a few rebellious pirates, 'twas a key part of some canny bastard's grand plan. But if I'm reading this right, the attack itself came much too early. I'll wager they panicked when they saw ye was onto 'em, rushed in to do the job, and buggered it up. Them tattoo-faced bastards as they say was paying Otberm's old man, they're with the Serpent Reavers, right? But none of their crew was there, was they? Did they have somewhat better to do, or what? Seven L's. I've got it all backwards. That mess at the victory, that was meant to be the bloody distraction. The fishbacks ain't interested in the Maelstrom's baby. They're after men, just like they've always been. They're sending their pirate lackeys after a civilian target. This bit about raising L in Western Lanosha, that's where it'll be. Summit tells me Swift Perch is about to get it, and it art. Here's a rough translation of the message. Take it to Commodore Rayner at the Coral Tower, and tell him he's in fair a busy day. Oh, and give him an end, eh? Ye can be damn sure you'll need one. Yes, I am Raynor. Ah, you must be the adventurer whose name seems to be on everyone's lips. You are to be commended for your part in thwarting the plot to destroy the Victory. Now, what can I do for you this day? You bear an urgent message from Baderon? Why do I get the feeling that my hopes for a quiet evening are about to be cruelly dashed? Tell me, what is afoot? An assault on Swift Perch? But we've seen nothing to suggest the Serpent Reavers are massing for an attack. Even so, it would be foolish to discount the possibility. Baderon is rarely wrong about such matters. I will marshal the Yellowjackets for battle immediately. The only question is where to send them. While I concur with Baderon's assessment that the attack on the dry docks was intended as a diversion, Swift Perch is but one of several possible targets for the main thrust. Commodore, sir. Report. It's the Sahagin, sir. They've mounted a large-scale assault on South Tidegate, and threatened to overwhelm our defenses within the day. The garrison requests immediate reinforcements. By the navigator. It seems my decision has been made for me. Muster the troops and give the order to march. Aye, the Serpent Reavers are in league with the Sahagin, which means there is every chance this assault on Tidegate may yet prove to be another feint. The fact remains, however, that we can ill afford to ignore it. And that leaves Swift Perch vulnerable to those pirate traders. It is at times such as these that I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us, but wishes will avail us not. Onion, you must serve in their absence. Make for Swift Perch with all haste and lend your strength to the squads I can spare for the settlement's defense. Commodore Raynor sent word we'd be getting reinforcements, but I didn't expect him to send you. You certainly look like you've seen your share of action, though, you bear little resemblance to the wide-eyed whelp I met fresh off the ferry. In any case, do you know what you're fighting for here? This place, Swift Perch, it was rebuilt by folk who stood strong in the face of every hardship the calamity threw their way, and we're not about to let some fish-fancying scum claim the honor of being the ones who finally broke their spirits. Don't give those pirate bastards one bloody ilm, you hear me?
Here they come.
Ere now, I thought all them Yellowjacket worms was meant to be busy. That useless scrag ain't follow the plan, as now what? Pull back and wait for our Sahagin brothers? Piss on that. We ain't turning back empty-handed. Remember, no killing the small folk, or it'll be your blood what stains Lord Leviathan's altars. The yellow bellies ye can butcher at will. Them dirt-eaten slugs'll be crushed under the full might of the Serpent Reavers. Seems Swift Perch was the main target after all, eh? Squads 1 and 2, protect the townsfolk. Squad 3, you're our rear guard. The rest of you, we meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore word of our victory, or no word at all.
For Limsa Lominsa.
Rare. I'll get all you yellow bellies and dance on your gizzards. Leave no pirate scum standing. Show them how a Yellowjacket fights.
Wahaha. Time to split some heads, adventurer. Let's start with the front line hero.
More of the bastards? Come on, then. Alright, you scurvy bastards. Here's a trick to make you soil your breeches. Dweller of the Abyss, your master calls. Heed me words and smite me foes. that a bloody Voidson? Hold steady, lads.
Keep on pummeling him. He can't take much more of this.
Well fought, the Reavers are beaten and scattered. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, but there may be more of them lurking about, so don't let your guard down just yet. The source of her strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. Soon, you shall take your vile gifts to the grave. Whence springs this preternatural might? Mwahahaha. Writhe as the venom eats its way through your veins.
A fearsome opponent, against whom you shall not stand alone.
An unwelcome guest. No matter, all shall fall before me. No mortal should possess such strength.
His power wanes. Afford him no chance to recover.
That the wisdom of the Paragon should be brought low, by mere mortals.
Paragons, did he say? Then it is as I feared. They are known as the Bringers of Chaos, or Ascians, to give them their proper name. It would seem our suspicions were correct, it is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Pardon? You would know if we Charlians have encountered Ascians before? I have never spoken to you of my homeland. How did you know whence I hail? Wait. I do begin to see. You have been blessed with a special gift.
Are you alright, lass? If I'd known a mean bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. Well, at least now we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those Reavers were the ones spiriting folk away in the dead of night, and this bastard here was pulling all the strings.
A trifle simplistic, but not inaccurate. I came as soon as I sensed his presence, but I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed. And thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much.
Aye, heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been here, friend. And your assistance is much appreciated, too, Lady Ishtola. Please give our regards to the Science.
I am glad to have played a role in bringing what I hope is an end to this disturbing spate of abductions. The thread of your fate forms a part of a most intriguing tapestry. Mayhap we will be afforded the chance to speak more in the near future. For now, however, you must see this particular tale to its conclusion. Pray send my greetings to Commodore Rayner.
Onion, eagerly have I awaited your return. Word of your exploits is already spreading through the ranks. My troops and I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely assistance. You have shown yourself to be possessed of a sure arm, a strong spirit, and sound judgment. Would that Limsa Lominsa had more of your like. I have little doubt that you shall one day join the ranks of Eorzea's greatest adventurers. It is but a matter of time. Clearly, Baderon's eye for potential remains as sharp as ever, though I doubt even he imagined you capable of such feats. Might you favor me with your own account of the day's events? Such victories bear retelling. Ishtola has been working with us for quite some time, you see, and she was only too willing to assist the Yellowjackets in the kidnapping investigation, proving herself a stalwart ally of Limsa Lominsa yet again. Needless to say, after your part in thwarting the attempted sabotage of the Victory, and the small matter of your deeds at Swift Perch, you too have proven yourself a valued friend of the thalassocracy. Admiral. May I present to you Admiral Bluefisfin?
So, this is the adventurer I've been reading about in the field reports. I am Melve Bluefisfin, Admiral of Limsa Lominsa. On behalf of my people, I bid you thanks for the deeds you have done this day. A token of our gratitude. What worth is high regard without just reward after all? Ha! Since you first set foot in our city, my good friend Baderon and Commodore Rayner have taken turns at regaling me with tales of your exploits. Safe to say, they left an impression. Join me at the coming banquet. A seat of honor at the celebratory feast is the least I can offer the woman who foiled the Sahagin.
Oh! A seat at the feast!
Oh, and don't be late. Your fellow guests will be eager to take the measure of their newest hero, and some do not take kindly to being kept waiting. Till then, may you walk in the light of the crystal.
I am not sure you understand just how unusual it is for the Admiral to invite an adventurer to a state banquet. It is a highly coveted honor. Why, even the officers under her direct command are rarely afforded such recognition. But I will not deny you have earned it. Many of the tasks you have performed in service to the thalassocracy have been both difficult and dangerous. This is a reward for all of your efforts, a nod to your many achievements, both large and small. Has the enormity of this moment yet to sink in? Perchance you will realize its significance when you stand before the assembled dignitaries of Limsa Lominsa, and now that I have imagined the scene, I realize that you will require attire suitable for the occasion. I suggest you visit the wench and see what Badaran can arrange. He is surprisingly knowledgeable about such things. Well, if it ain't Meryl Vib's guest of honor. Obnobbin with the eye and mighty, now, is it? I tell ye, lass, I damn near snorted ale out me nose when I eared the news. Ye've come a long bloody way, you have, and that's the truth. Well, one thing's fair sure, you'll not want fair decent grub. These banquets are catered by the bleedin' Bismarck, no less. 'Tis a grand chance to fill your belly to burstin' with fine and, more importantly, free food. But we can't have ye turnin' up in your shite-caked Voneron gear. No, the Uro of the hour needs to have a touch of refinement about her, if only to stop folk complainin' when she stuffs her face with cake. Take yourself over to the Octon and speak to Jnasim of the Brugiere Consortium. She'll furnish ye with somewhat ladylike to wear. I've already had a word with her, so all ye need do is pick up the goods, then bring 'em back air, so as I can tell ye what's what.
Good evening, miss. I assume you're the underdressed Lady Badaran mentioned? I see he was not exaggerating. Ahem. I've chosen these especially for your debut in polite society. Fear not, I'm certain you will absolutely adore them.
Been to siege Nassim, have ye? Let's have that box, then. Ere we go, a nice pair of dress shoes fare ye. A lass mightn't have much else to her name, but so long as she's got a decent pair of shoes on her feet, there ain't nowhere she can't go. Think of 'em as a gift from me and all the other folk you've done right by along the way. Aye. 'Tis a very movin' gesture, I know. Just don't go wellin' up on me, eh? Wouldn't do fair Limsa's new Uro to turn up at the banquet soaked in her own tears and snot. Any road, that's your garb sorted. Now, ye just need to settle your nerves. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll tell ye where you're meant to go. You're ready, then, are ye? Good. The banquet'll be startin' soon. If ye'd waited any longer, I'd have considered it me civic duty to ye over the eat and drag ye there. Now, make sure you're wearing them fancy shoes when ye turn up, alright? Carryin' 'em won't do no good. They're meant to make ye look like a lady, remember, not a lady's bleedin' lackey. As fair directions, the feast's bein' held on the bridge, in the Admiral's briefin' room. Speak with Xanthal in Bulwark Hall, and he'll show ye the way. Just keep that eat-eld eye, lass. After everything ye've done fair Limsa, ye've good reason to be proud, and don't let no eye-born bugger tell ye different. Dress shoes. Fancy dress shoes. An adventurer wearing fancy dress shoes. Oh. Now those are some fancy dress shoes. Come, adventurer, I will show you to the briefing room.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, Join me now in honoring this woman for her services to our great nation. May the Navigator guide and protect her on her journey, till sea swallows all. These pirates you encountered with the tattooed faces, they call themselves the Serpent Reavers. Their ranks are formed of cutthroats and madmen who have pledged themselves body and soul to the... From what we have gathered, they sought to swell their numbers by spiriting away any soul unfortunate enough to cross their path. I need not tell you the depth of the animosity between us and the Sahagin. How any seaman worth his salt could devote himself to the fishback's god is a question for a more temperate mind than mine. But, thanks to you, our citizens may once more go about their daily lives, safe in the knowledge that they will not be dragged into the darkness by those execrable curs.
Such an extraordinary glow. This is one of the crystals of light.
By the Navigator.
After our encounter with the Gubu, you had a vision, did you not, of a towering crystal? You bathed in her light.
Y'shtola's conclusion is clear, and I see no reason to doubt it. You are the vessel of a higher power. This being from your vision was the Mother Crystal. Your description matches what little we know of her. And if she has chosen you, then your deeds may yet shape the fate of nations, as once did the deeds of the Warriors of Light. Know you the tale? Like you, they were not of these lands, yet they fought to protect us all against the corruption of the Primals. When the Gallian Empire began its conquest of the realm, these heroes joined the Grand Companies and helped reforge the Eorzean Alliance. And at the Battle of Cartano, they took the field beneath our banners to fight for everything we hold dear. It was on that day, in the midst of that hell, that we lost them. Every soul who survived that battle will never forget how it was to fight beside them. We are proud to call them our comrades. Yet whenever we try to shout their names, the sound dies in our throats. And whenever we strain to see their faces with our mind's eye, naught but their shadows appear to us, set against a blinding light. Ask any true Eorzean who knew them, and the story will be the same. It is for this reason that we call them the Warriors of Light. When I look upon you, I cannot help but be reminded of them. Keep that crystal safe. In time, I believe the Mother Crystal will make clear her reasons for bestowing it upon you. Heed well her words, adventurer, for it is Hydaelyn herself who speaks.
Flames to the fore! Victory belongs to the bold! Show those Imperial whore sons what we're made of!
The left flank buckles. Divert the barracudas. Bid them hold that position, though it cost them their lives.
The yellow serpents are in need of succor. Pray, send the white wolves to their aid. The adventurers risk life and limb for our cause. We must not fail them.
Is Artemis?
No, it is nothing.
Bloody hells! The barrier won't go down so easily! Eyes forward!
We are being watched.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you!
Raging Bull, this is Mad Snake. Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. God preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
God damn it! We cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake! Answer me! Damn it! Damn it all to the seventh hell!
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
What of our own?
I cannot say, my lady. That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our communications.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
Yes, my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir.
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Damn it! Relay the order. All flames are to withdraw. I don't care if our link cells are useless. You still have a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit!
The outcome of this battle was long since decided. Better to retreat now than risk a massacre. This dark, stifling presence. Who or what? we go to take our place beside Archon Louisois. To your positions.
Kasba mul, sogini muese donzul. Logalo, asawad deken bet mubut. Imarat way, kiskat toga hats wadadorns. Sis nigem, fisdun dione lamrai sadai dorn.
Mornin', sunshine. All a bit much fair ye, was it? What happened? Ah, ye don't remember, then. Ye keeled over in the middle of the banquet, and caused a right stir. 'Ad to carry ye back to the wench myself. Well, I say carry 'twas more a matter of draggin' and rollin'. Too much cake, I reckon. Any road, don't fret, 'tis little wonder ye was exhausted after everything ye've been through lately. Your little nap seems to have put some color back in your cheeks, though, so I'll leave ye to it. Bugger. I almost forgot, the Admiral wants to have a word with ye. When ye feel up to it, talk to Xanthal and he'll let ye into the command room. Oh, and stay awake, eh? I'm told old Meryl Vibb was in the middle of telling ye a story when ye started snoring last time, and I doubt she'd look kindly on it if ye repeated the trick. Greetings, Minnie. Admiral Bluefisfin awaits you in the command room. Shall I announce you?
Ah, Minnie, it is good to see you on your feet again. You are recovered? Then let us waste no time. I have a task that needs doing, one I would entrust to no other. The duty I have in mind for you requires some explanation. I do hope you have not made other plans. To business, N. I have penned a letter to each of my counterparts in the Eorzean Alliance. The Battle of Cartano and the calamity that followed claimed countless lives. It has been 5 years since those of us who were spared dragged ourselves from the ashes to look upon an Eorzea we scarcely knew. 5 years, and yet the people still suffer. Their lives are fraught with worry and hardship, and the warriors of light who might once have given them hope are gone. Yet we must press on regardless. We will never truly do so, however, till we have faced our past. To that end, I am proposing that a memorial service be held in each of the city-states on the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartano. These letters contain the details of said proposal. And I would have you deliver them to our allies as my personal envoy. You have proven yourself a staunch and able ally to Limsa, but that is not my only reason for choosing you. No. I choose you because you possess a quality which puts me in mind of history's champions. A quality I feared lost. Say that you will perform this duty. I knew you would not disappoint me. This task shall take you far from the borders of our nation, to the city-states of Prudania and Ulda. A grueling journey, to be sure, were you to travel by sea and land. But I mean to have you take to the skies. An airship pass, to be used at your discretion. Airships bound for the nations of our allies leave from the landing connected to the bridge. But before you depart, I suggest you trouble Badaran for a few pearls of wisdom regarding each of your destinations. The old bastard is nothing if not well traveled. 'Tis a pity I cannot issue such passes with a freer hand, as I did in more peaceful times, when births were not so limited. But in these times of war, every craft we commit to the clouds risks drawing the eye of the Empire, and every voyage must needs be born of necessity. Lest you doubt, I consider your place well deserved, nor am I alone in that opinion. There were other parties who would see you granted the privilege of air travel. Aye, Hinny, your deeds do not go unnoticed. Full many see great promise in you. But I have flattered you enough. On behalf of Limsa Lominsa and her people, I bid you go forth, adventurer. Discover the realm for which so many have fought and died. Wonder and danger await you in equal measure, but turn not from either. Only by braving the unknown will you achieve the greatness of which you are surely capable. The light of the crystal guides you, and I wager that your destiny will be no small thing.
Back from your meeting with the Admiral, are ye? Personal bleeding envoy? So ye'll be carrying the word of the Admiral herself to the leaders of the Alliance? Bugger me. I knew ye was going up in the world, but I didn't realize you'd got that bloody eye. I'm proud of ye, lass. Thinking of how far ye've come, why, 'tis enough to bring a tear to me eye. And that ain't the ale talkin', neither, well, not just the ale, at any rate. Bless the navigator fair steering ye my way. Course, this is only the start. Now you've got your hands on an airship pass, the Olive Eorzea's laid out before ye, like a fair maid on a feather bed, and she's a big girl, too, with plenty of enticing nooks and crannies. If ye think us Lominsa are characters, just wait till ye cross paths with the grim forest dwellers of Gridania, or trade coins with the crafty merchants of Ul'dah. And then there's the wild places where the beasties rule, and no bugger with an ounce of sense sets foot. But you're a venturer, so I wouldn't let a little thing like that hold you back. Course, it ain't all exploring and excitement. There's an EAP of troubles what plagues every nation, see, tain't just ours. I'm talking intrigue and infighting, beastmen and their goddamn primals. Aye, there's an ugly side to life, and sooner or later, you're bound to walk into it. But I'll wager there's bugger all out there as you can't handle. Summit tells me you're going to be just fine. The realm's at it rough, 'tis true, but folk are beginning to recover from the beat in the Calamity Delta. Call me an hopeless optimist, but it wouldn't take much to turn things round. 'Tis the perfect time fair adventurer like yourself to get out there and make a difference ! Well, what are you waiting fair?
Greetings, madam. This is the counter for passengers traveling to Gridania. Wait, aren't you that famous adventurer? It's Mini Onion, isn't it? I thought I recognized you. You are an inspiration to us all, madam. Highwind Skyways is at your disposal. Will you be traveling with us today?
Attention, all passengers, the airship bound for Gridania is about to depart. Please make your way to the boarding gate. Good fortune to ye, Minnie. The day'll come when your name means the same as Uro to the folk of this realm. May ye walk in the light of the crystal.
taste of defeat lingers still. 15 years since the Imperial fleet set course for Mordona, led by the Egrios, mightiest of all vessels. Silver Till lay ripe for the taking, and all of Eorzea would soon be ours. Or so we believed. But an innumerable host of dragons met us that day, at the heart of which flew the great Midgard Zormer. Though we succeeded in slaying that lord among worms, the dread serpent's defeat was bought at too high a price. Our invincible flagship was lost, and all hope of victory with her. So ended our glorious conquest. Eorzea, a blighted realm, riddled with false gods. Twice now it has eluded the Empire's grasp. For all the destruction it wrought, even Meteor, the great sin, failed to yield us control over it. And for this failure, the realm has sunk deeper into depravity. It is twisted beyond all reckoning, rotten nigh to the core. Yet it must be saved. Only Garlean rule can bring order to Eorzea. It falls to us to deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance.
We are of one mind, Lord Van Balzar.
Senior engineers, please report to Magitech research following scheduled inspection.
Hey, is the Legatus really planning to take another tilt at Eorzea?
Hey? What hole have you been hiding in? We're in the midst of preparing for a new campaign, and a huge one at that.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost after Cartano. What could the Legatus possibly hope to gain by acting alone?
I sense you harbor certain doubts over the wisdom of the Legatus's plan.
My lord!
Please, call me Nero. Tell me, where were you born?
Othard, my lord.
Alamigo, my lord.
Ah, codename Hummingway, I presume?
I don't know what you...
Silence. Your denials will not change your fate. I assure you, Frumentarium sees all. Clean up this mess, and do not miss any, or I shall be most displeased.
At once, my lord.
Garland, soon you will be made to know the true power of Magitech.
Ah, you must be the envoy from Limsa Lominsa. Welcome to Gridornia, madam. The Elder Seedseer awaits your arrival.
Greetings, good madam. You are the Lominsan envoy, are you not? I have received instructions to assist you. Pray make your way into the city proper, and identify yourself to the conjurer at Nafika's altar. She will admit you to the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits.
You are the Lominsan envoy. Begging your pardons, madam, but might I inspect the missive you bear? Verily, this is the seal of the Admiral of Limsa Lominsa. Please come with me.
So you are the Lominsan and an adventurer besides. The realm owes much to you and yours. On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan-e Senna, Elder Seedseer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company. I understand you bear a message from the Admiral.
A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartano. To think that 5 years have already come and gone. It seems like only yesterday that the Gallian Empire attempted to seize all that we hold dear. Rising in resistance, the city-states of Eorzea formed the Grand Companies and joined hands in alliance. But unbeknown to us, the Gallians thought not to best us in battle, but moved instead to enact a terrible plot, the Meteor Project, by which the lesser moon, Dalamud, would be torn down from the heavens to annihilate all life below. In a desperate bid to save the realm from certain destruction, our forces marched for the Cartano Flats, and there met the 7th Imperial Legion. More bloody a battle I have never seen, and would never wish to see again. Yet the carnage was but a prelude to the atrocity which followed. For despite our best efforts, Dalamud continued its descent, and from it emerged the elder primal Bahamut, who proceeded to rain fire upon Eorzea. The 7th Imperial Legion was consumed in the blinking of an eye, while our own forces fared little better. That any among us was spared defies explanation. All seemed sure to perish. As the flames converged upon us, I prepared myself for death, only for a brilliant light to envelop me, relieving me of my senses. When at last I awoke, Bahamut was gone, and the land, which had but moments before been aflame, now seemed to me a place unknown, not simply ruined, but changed. Arcan Louisois may well have been able to shed light upon these mysteries, but he, like so many, never returned from Cartano. And so we were left with countless questions, and no prospect of an answer. Yet such matters did not long occupy our thoughts, for we had far graver concerns. The calamity, as the devastation wrought by Bahamut has come to be known, laid our nation's nigh to waste, and to this day we struggle to rebuild our lives and homes. To compound matters, the beast tribes continue to summon their primals, while the Empire encroaches upon our borders, consolidating its foothold in Eorzea. The outlook, in short, is bleak. In the wake of the calamity, it has been all each nation could do to nurse its own wounds. Yet if we are to weather the coming storm, we must needs stand united once more. A remembrance service may well present an opportunity to rekindle the spirit of unity which first gave rise to the Alliance. I wholeheartedly approve of the Admiral's proposal. The necessary provisions shall be made for a service here in Gradonia. You have done the people of Eorzea a fine service this day, and I would not put you to further trouble. I shall see that my reply reaches the Admiral anon. You, meanwhile, are bound next for Ul'dah, are you not? Please send the Flame General my regards. Ah, and if you would be so kind, I should appreciate it if you would inform him that a pet of mine has been ill-behaved of late, my wolf, to be precise. Needless to say, he must be brought to heel, and I would very much welcome the General's counsel on how this might be achieved. I thank you for coming. May the 12 see you safe to Ul'dah and beyond.
Greetings, madam. This is the counter for passengers traveling to Ul'dah. Oh, are you not Mini Onion, the Lominsan envoy? On behalf of all at Highwind Skyways, may I say what an honor it is to serve you? Will you be flying with us today? Ah, you must be the envoy from Limsa Lominsa. Welcome to Ul'dah, madam. The Flame General awaits your arrival. Welcome to Ul'dah, madam. We have been expecting you. Flame General Raubon will receive you in the Fragrant Chamber. Please take the lift down to the Hustings Strip and speak with Bartholomew at the Royal Promenade. The Lominsan envoy, I presume? Would you be so good as to allow me to inspect the missive you bear, madam? My thanks. Ah yes, the Admiral's seal. Please proceed.
Ah, a guest from Limsa. I thought I smelled stale ale. I won't hold it against you. If you're half the warrior Merlvib says, 'tis a wonder you don't reek of dead Sahagin. Welcome to the Sultanate of Ul'dah. I am Rauban al-Din, General of the Immortal Flames. But you did not come all this way to trade formalities.
Cartano. I remember bloody Cartano. Do you know what happened that day, adventurer? When we took the field against the Garleans. So my counterparts have educated you. Hunkan Eastpet is giving her trouble, is it? Well, she should already know my mind on that subject. Wolves are beyond taming. 'Tis but a matter of time before they bare their teeth. So it was with the Garleans, 50 years ago. No sooner had they learned how to use Magidek than they began seizing territory from their neighbors. Led by then Legatus Solus Zos Galvis, they swiftly brought the other nations of Elsabar to heel. And so the Legatus became an emperor, and his Republican empire. An empire which then set its sights upon Eorzea.
But the conquering emperor is now an old man of 80 winters. His health is failing, and he has no clear successor. Like as not, this is why the Gallians have been quiet of late.
But the 14th Imperial Legion is still entrenched within our borders. And their commander, Legatus Gaius van Baelsar, has long harbored ambitions of conquest. Were he to strike now, I fear we would fall like so many others before us in not only Ul'dah, but Gridania and Limsa Lominsa as well. For the calamity brought the lot of us to our knees, and we've yet to get up. We barely have the strength to stand against the beast tribes, never mind the primals they mean to summon. We are a realm divided, adventurer. An alliance in name only. But the wolf cares not for the plight of its prey. The Garleans stir, and the Elder Seedseer would not let it go unnoticed. All other concerns pale in comparison to the Empire, even the beast tribes and their bloody primals. We must stand united once more, that much is clear. And if we're to do so, we must remember the cause which last brought us together. Merlvib will have her memorial. We will honor the memory of the fallen. We will remind the people what their brothers and sisters fought and died for.
Shall I inform the Sultana and the Syndicate?
I will speak with her grace myself.
Very good, sir.
The Admiral will have my reply anon. My thanks to you, adventurer.
You can now make use of the airship routes connecting the three nations. Before you may board an airship, you must pay the requisite fare in Gil.
Ah, my lady envoy. I trust your stay in the Sultanate has been pleasant. Now, if you do not mind my asking, do you perchance have plans to visit Limsa Lominsa in the near future? If so, I have information that may be of interest to you. I once accompanied the Flame General on an official visit to the seaside city-state, during which time I became acquainted with Badaran, the proprietor of the Drowning Wench. Well, the man sent word just now that he has a job for a capable adventurer. I can think of none with better credentials than you. Badaran would doubtless be pleased were you to offer him your services. Welcome to the Drownin' Wench. Sit wherever you like, lass. I'll be with ye in a, well, if it ain't the one and only mini onion. I was told a distinguished venturer might be reportin' fair duty. Fancy that venturer being you, eh? Just so you're fairly warned, though, this ain't no job fair the faint of heart. Things are liable to get downright bleedin' airy. But if you think you're still interested, let me know, and I'll fill ye in on the details.